Alright, let's see if we have any better luck streaming today. Alright, it looks like the stream is being received. So that's good. And did I update my caption? Looks like I did. Audience will see me in a few minutes. I should say. Oh, alright. So it's time to do a little virtual co-working. Let's see where we are in the stream. Alright, let's see, we're started. We have any better luck stream. So, alright, so it's Friday, 2 p.m. According to my schedule. Well, it looks like I spent the last 2.5 hours like eating lunch, watching the inauguration, and taking a nap. I'm really feeling not very good right now. And I think I might bail on my plans to go downtown. I just need to get some momentum going. Difficult getting moving today. I don't know why. But what I want to see is if I actually start start the work, if the headache and stuff will go away. I'm not sure if it's like psychological, not feeling like working, or some other kind of stress. You know, I don't know. I just feel kind of vaguely uneasy right now. So let's see what happens. Let's see. Let's just do this for at least 15 minutes and see where this goes. And I did set up a different chat area. So now if I go to my display plus chat mode, I actually realized that I could use the YouTube pop-up chat window as a browser source. So now I can actually see what's in the chat room. Hey, starting a new stream, virtual co-working. And this should appear in the chat window. This is polling every second. So theoretically now I should be able to notice if someone asks me a question. Unfortunately, it doesn't make a noise when that happens. So if it made a bing noise, then I would actually notice, because I'm usually not watching the side when I'm working. But we'll see how this goes. It's just an experiment. All right, so what am I doing? Let me open up my Quiver notebook and see where I left off. So this is my index for today. The plan is to do about 3 or 4 hours of coding work. Respond to a hotel paperwork request. I heard a beeping noise from where? Excuse me. Let me expand this thing so it's its own screen. And so that's the plan for today. Let me go back to my continuity log from yesterday. It's January 20. And the last time, where I was at last was I had gotten the playback working. And let me just pull up all of that stuff again and see. And first I'll move this over here. Shrink that down. This is out of the way. CD dev, CD play, CD build, gulp. And then over here, need to open up some Lime text. And need to open up, expand that. I need to open up source tree. We'll play, expandify that. Don't need this anymore. What am I doing? What else do I need? That was the first working playback. Now I need to get my head together, so I have to get a piece of paper. Ugh. Oof. I feel so out of it today. also need to deploy. It's cold today, so I'm going to do. This is why I wear this pajama jacket. But the problem with the pajama jacket is that the sleeves kind of get in the way. So I made these strap buckles that are supposed to help with that. If I can get them to. How did I set this up? So this side. No, it's this side. It has this stretch. I haven't quite figured out the best way of making these work, though. Okay, next there it works. So yeah, a little bit, maybe a little bit tight. What's the other one? The other one's here. This is the side that has to be lengthened. All right, help a little bit. This is a little tight though. All right, so what am I doing today? The first thing I need to do is, I think, review the modularity of this, or review the work, and start moving some stuff around. So review working code, move test routines into appropriate modules. So that's my focus right now. I just wrote that down there to remind me what I was doing if I get distracted. Because what will happen is I look at something and say, all right, I'll start fixing this, and I'll realize I need to fix something else before I can fix that thing. And then I'll have to fix something else along the way, and then someone will ask me a question, and I'm, where am I? So this will remind me what I was doing. Then I'll start my timesheet on the other computer. It's on the PC. And it's yesterday was kind of a away day. Today's the 20th. Inauguration Day. I did watch that. It was kind of interesting. I don't remember watching one before. I think it was before streaming was really a reliable thing. Let's see. This is why I couldn't probably connect and stream this morning. What time is it now? It's 12:04, 2:18. So let's call it start at 14:15. Review. Playback code. So I'll have to re-outline and re-familiarize myself with how this works. So now that we have this server running in the background, let's run the minimal test case again. And what I want to do is, I guess I'll just run the display server code. And this is just producing some dummy graphics. And on this type, I'll run the display client, which hooks into this code, and it's mirroring back and forth. I had to rewrite the way that this was done the other way. So theoretically, as if I refresh this side should catch up with it. The render is pretty generic, in which it's shipping you sprites and visual graphics objects, the ones it knows about anyway, to the other side, using a very unoptimized format. And it just recreates them. There's a pool of the matter sprites on this side, so they don't grow without bound. If a sprite disappears, it's removed. If it reappears, it's reconnected. The uniqueness of it is defined by the UUID, which is a unique number on the renderer side here versus the mirror side on the right. So then, let's look at some console stuff, and I think there's a couple things I want to do. There's a routine called get last session or something like that. Last session should also look for the most recent date. Not just today. Just that'll just make it easier, I think. Another thing I needed to do was to prepare for playback, or side-by-side playback. I need to actually be able to do that with live messaging and playback messaging. I just got a message from somebody. Oops. Yeah, probably helps too. Let's see. I am, let's see. So live messaging and playback, that's actually something I hadn't really thought about before. But let me see. If I do, let me just remember this. Record start. That'll start recording. Let's get a few seconds of that in there. And record stop. Now I've got idle. So I'm not sure what will happen if this server is still running. If I do a play last session, what will it do? Oh, that's interesting. It's overlaying both messages on top of each other. That's pretty cool, actually. Although it's also, it was interesting, if you look at this log, it's updating and deleting elements. So I had to find some way of distinguishing between live messages and recorded messages. So that means there might have to be several tracks. In fact, that probably is the way to do it. So, thinking about what the tracks should be. All right, let's take a look at this code. Don't want to get ahead of myself too much. So, let's create a new data file, and there's some optimization that might happen here. So it's pushing save live frames out messages. So what we want to do is maybe we have to be able to rewrite these messages into a replay message. And replay messages go, well, we still need a track as well. I guess one way to do it would be to check the packet ID. Let me just confirm that. So in Step Unisys, the way playback is working is there is a recorder module that when you tell it to read, it starts reading the line, that log file that you just saw, and using the timestamps just re-emits the times as close as it can to when it received them, offset by the current time. So really it's just taking that and it's shoving them back into a internal event handler called, I think, subscription, I don't know, subscribed, subsystem, I think, dispatcher, that's it. And subsystem dispatcher handles events from various internal modules. These will get shipped back out. This is purely for internal handling. So a recorder data command, this is what happens when the recorder module has a new piece of data to play. So in this case, it makes a new packet out of that, and it runs it through the API dispatcher. I think what we want to do is actually make it so the source of it is designated as a replay event. So a replay event, and if I want to extend it further, I would actually want to give it some sort of a separate ID. But let's look at the net message format here. I don't think I have source as part of one of the elements of net message. We have the ID. This is unique. We also have, I guess I could shove it, just stuff it into data. Nope, I have another. Someone I'm working with is watching me, so now I have to look like I'm really working. So let me just do that for now, because I much would rather not pollute the net message packet itself. So let me say an API dispatcher, packet data, we are giving it a source here. An API dispatcher is the general message dispatcher, handling all messages coming from anywhere on the network. And it's a little bit horsey looking. There's my recording flag. We otherwise really have no other tests for it. These are all, oops, I guess that's 15 minutes. Let's go another 15. These are all kind of system level stuff. And then the actual one, well, actually, the one what we're doing save data frame. This is actually in the server side of things. I guess we need two. We need a separate address for replay. All right, we can do that. That actually might work better. So I want to go to, what's that file? It's step web serve. Oops, that's the wrong step web serve. And I have some Mickey Mouse code here that does this. Here, add playback live. Well, we'll make a replay version 2. No, that's the way to do it. Add playback from recording. Pull. We'll call this live, and we'll call it recorded. And I guess we're not really using this filter yet. So what's the difference between this and the other one? Here it's sending JSON stringify recorder get frame. This is the live frame. Oh, maybe this doesn't work. How do I reroute the live frame params filter the lowercase? So the way that the old one works is that there's just a buffer that's being made available. So I think I probably need to be able to detect when an incoming frame is being replayed. And the save frame data, do save live frame. This function, it gets packet and sockets. We can add a check there, I think. So we want to check something. We want to check var source is equal to, no, actually we do know the socket. If socket is equal to, I have a dummy socket definition somewhere. Where is that? It's a network? Step network or step unisys network? Step unisys network. Where is it? Dummy sock. If the U address is playback, so var server ID playback ID is equal to playback. It should be set to this. That should be set to this. I need to export this. Let's exports playback ID. That. I guess we could do and step unisys. What happened? If socket is U address, I think it is. Move this over here so I can read it. There's too many things open. Oops. What is this format of this? A terrible memory. Socket. It's U address and U app. If socket, it's all uppercase too. U address is equal to network dot playback ID. I think that's it. Wish my memory didn't suck so much. Playback ID. We do something else. Else, let's see, it's always the same. Oops. Var extract data. Save data to appropriate web service. So here's record save frame, and then the other one would probably be something like recorder. And I want to call it playback frame because it implies a orthogonality, or it pairs up with save frame. Recorder save frame. Let's take a look at that too. Maybe I need to rename some stuff. Save frame. Frames data. Input message pointer. We also want to do. It's not really quite right anymore. What is this called? Live frame mirroring. And this one is playback frame mirroring. Or let's say I'll call it the live frame channel. And this one is the recorded frame channel, or playback, recorded frame playback channel. Try to give good names here because I know I'll get these confused if I don't when I look at this like a week from now. So this would be API. So we have save frame, we have get frame. We should call this let's call it save frame. I want to call it This is could we update the update frame, buffer frame, mirror frame, live frame, save live frame, get live frame, save playback frame, get playback frame. So say that frame. How many instances are, we'll call this live frame. And then this other one we'll call PV frame. And now I change all the other API stuff. If this is a real IDE, we could just right click it and refactor all of these at once. So I've changed those. Now I have to change all those other calls in recorder, which was called what? These are no longer existing. There's no one else calling that here. No one else calling it here. I am pretty sure that step unisys is the only place it has. It's these two. So do save live frame. We have I already forgot what I called them. This is a great bane of my existence as a programmer. I have a terrible, terrible short-term memory. I should be writing these down. I don't even remember where that was. That was, what's it called? We called it save live frame, I think. All right, so let me just put these down here in my note area, oops, so I can find that later. And I might as well update this down here. Save live frame, get live frame, save live frame, get live frame. And then we also have the mirror functions. Save playback frame. Is that what I called it? I guess so. Just thinking, is it a playback frame or is it a recorded frame? Why would you save recorded frame? Yeah, this might end up being confusing anyway. Save live frame, API save, playback frame, get playback frame. Let's call it replay. That sounds better. Get replay frame. I like it. Replay combines, it seems more clear. Save replay frame. And maybe save is not the right term. Maybe store is better. Or buffer. Get save replay frame. What was it? Playback frame. Replay frame. Looks all correct. That's what I want to keep. So now for our regular one, we want to do a save live frame. And we want to do a, what I forgot. Why is this? Oh, okay, we're doing both. So, this should be, save replay frame. And this one is save live frame. And save live frame is playing them back from different places. This should work. Live frame, PB frame is data. Live frame is data. PB frame. So now in our web server, we want to call it different ones. Instead of get frame for live, we're going to be getting get live frame. Likewise for the filtered version, which doesn't currently work. And here we're going to do resend get replay frame. And likewise down here, same thing. So that adds, I think, let's call this replay. I like it. It's going up here though. That's all right. That was a lint error. So let's see. I actually feel better now that I've actually started on this work. So maybe it's just the starting that's the... I keep finding out that the starting is what actually I seem to resist. Once I get going, I seem to be okay. Because I actually have something to focus on. It's the fuzziness, the fuzzy headache might be just a lack of laser focus. Or the feeling of fuzzy-headedness is equal to lack of motivation. So creating certainty, even no matter how small, maybe the key. So now my next question is, does this actually work? What am I forgetting? And rather than try to like suss it out, we'll just run this and see if the live framing is reworking. Actually, I'm surprised that does work. Because I didn't actually update the, did I? No, I guess this hasn't changed. It's always been live. But I guess what I want to do now is if I play the last session, what I think is going to happen is I probably won't see a change now. It's playing back, but it's still mirroring this, because the replayed frames are no longer being sent to the live URL address. So if I add a switch then to whatever is doing the playback and display client, which is the display list module, I believe. I just heard something. I'm going to ignore it until I work through this. So the live, it's coming back through live. Did I actually... I'm doing save live frame, and here is where we're also checking whether or not where we should save it. Sometimes a playback a frame or direct the saved frame to either live or replay, depending on the socket source. And it just so happens when I'm replaying the socket source is set to when replaying messages, they all have a socket U address of playback. Network playback instead of the actual original source, original sender. I just got to update that my Dymo tape has shipped. More of this stuff. Aluminum adhesive backed tape. So I kind of want to put this up here as well. Note. Oh, wait. Why do I want to capture this information? This is subsystem dispatcher. Actually, okay. We don't want it to be, yeah, that's actually right. All replayed messages will have source ID socket addr of network ID or playback ID, which helps for filtering helps in filtering logic. You may have to write. Let's try to leave reminders to myself about why I'm doing things in the code. So let's see. I guess the test now would just be to see in the display list. The display list module is pretty simple, or the use of it is simple, I should say. Every time it receives a display data, this is actually no longer in use. I should get rid of it. Display get. Why do we have, these are two of the same thing. That should still work, let's just make sure it does. Restart, reload. One problem, what's an error? The linter caught something. Unity display data is not defined. I thought, who's using this? Oh, it is being used by my handler. There's no way that, but I don't want to define this as a display data. I don't want it to mirror the old syntax, because that implies that it's actually handled as a Unisys push, which we got rid of because it doesn't work on iOS. Okay, let's see if that works. Come on, you can do it. Yes, okay, that still works. We didn't break anything. This is a good time to do a commit. And let's see. I'm going to say dev ds recorder split playback into live and replay web surface. This is to prepare for side-by-side playback. Yeah, I'm kind of taking a little divergent jaunt into a feature rather than cleaning up the module, but it's probably good. This is a good way to remember how it works too. So now that I've done that, what I want to do is add a switch. So if playback is occurring, we want to pull from a different live address. And so this isn't going to be ultimately how it works, but it'll be a good test to see if my theory works. Am I still getting this error? No, I'm not. Okay, good. So display list, I think that's actually handled in, maybe it is in the display client. This should be not in here. This should probably be in display list. So what we want to do is settings web address live. Okay. Are we live or are we replay? And how will we check that? We check the display module. Oh wait, we can't check the display module. Or can we? Where did I stick that? I stuck that in Unisys, I think. Something is retaining. What's retaining my recorder state? This Unisys is right now. That should not be there, but should be somewhere else, I think. Play last session. There is a handler for this, I believe, that we defined up here. There's a recorder state message that comes in. We get the recorder mode. So I want to say if the recorder mode is playing, we basically want to be pulling from the replay. So what we want to do is sys is playing equals function return, what was it, mode something, recorder mode, and recorder mode. And recorder mode is equal to where did it define this? Rec event playing. Call it that is replaying. And then over here, for our address is equal to Unisys is replaying. If it's is replaying, it's replay, or it's live. You did include Unisys in here, right? Yep. And then we pull from the web address. And let's see if this works. So right now, that's working. Now, if I do a play last session, it should pull from a different address. Oh, is it? And then when it stops, it's still playing. When it stops, it's frozen. So, but then if I tell it to actually playback stop, that should kick it back into motion. And it does. Wow, that actually worked. Woot. All right, so let's do a second commit. Dev ds recorder. Playback start. Let's see. Display client is pulls from live or live or replay depending on whether playback is active or not. So now we can have at least we can have a live stream and one replay stream. So that will be good for side-by-side playback. The next thing to check to see if I can actually render side-by-side. Do I need to, what will I have to do to make that possible? I don't know if I can have two render contexts active at the same time on the same web page. I suspect I can. But I don't know. We haven't tried this before. Our code is not written with that in mind, so this could be super messy. Super, super messy. All right, let me just make a note in my timesheet. Review playback code, split replay messages, or split playback into live and replay streams, or replay addresses. And what time is it now? It's 14, it's almost 3, so let's call it 15. So it's 45 minutes of that. Now we'll do the actual review of the code. So that is exception. That's great. And once I get it refactored, then I think I'll be able to port this to the actual place where it needs to be, which is here. And I don't think this is actually hooked in right now. So that's the actual particle game. Is it still day 7? So if this is going on, I need a playback stop on this. Actually, I don't know if it thinks it's idle. That's because I restarted an application and it's not synced. So it's off the same. I'll have to look into that. Okay, so now this isn't working because this is using different code, I think. The display client should just pick this up. Oh, it's because I think this version only kicks off the streams if it's, I think it receives it's using a different startup routine than I have. It only starts sending frames when it receives a certain message, which, oh great, I don't know where it is now. In broadcast frame, this broadcast display list. So it's waiting for a display get before it kicks off all this stuff. What we could do is we could monkey patch around this. This all has to be rewritten. If not displayed, broadcast timer, do that. Because I don't think it's ever going to get that message. Hack! To just see if this works with new playback or new live/replay code on display client. It's just forcing it to broadcast messages instead of waiting for the trigger. And hopefully that works. Centering is weird. What happened to this? Oh, because it's not getting, the reason why I had to send that out in the first place was because it needed to get the new display geometry out of this, because this uses a different world camera and a different render size, and you can see this. Oops, I screwed up. Accessibility preferences. It said accessibility preferences. What is my CPU utilization? 32%. More options, adjust size and position. I don't know why this keeps jumping back to this size. The other screen. Done. Save. So, if you can see there, zooming in, you can see it drawn really small, but it's in there. How far can I zoom in? Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. So yeah, that's not gonna do. So I'll come back to this later. At least it's still working other than that one error that I noted. But I'll do that after I refactor this code. So let's move this back to the display client. Oops. I actually see someone. Oh. In the chat room. Hey, Don. Yeah, I didn't even realize I could do this browser source thing. Before I was using the Discord chat room because I knew how to integrate that. But the YouTube has this pop-up window. Apparently the pop-up window doesn't change the address, so I can actually do this and incorporate the YouTube chat into the live stream. Before I was wondering how people did it. And the solution was hiding in plain sight. I had already done it. I was looking for some more complicated way of integrating it, like having to do some sort of weird API call, but this was much easier. So anyway, so we have mirroring working, we have playback working, we have a new playback stream. If I do it again, it's playing back a different sequence while that one's still going, and the live frame should still be working. So actually we should test that. Actually, I think what's going to happen is both of them are going to, because there's only one recorder module everywhere, and they're synchronized across all systems. So there's only, this might not work. This will end up adjusting both of them. And then just for fun. Alright, so now I need to restart everything. Restart you. I don't have like the fancy startup synchronized going yet. So I am going to go to, I guess, Safari on this. Go to my local host. And run the display client on iOS, because this is really why we're doing this. Let's see if it'll stand up. So that's running the display client on that iPad. If we can get all of them on the screen at the same time. Alright, so they're all synchronized, more or less. It seems to be running kind of slow. This array is running slow. It's running on the same computer. I guess just for fun, we could also run it on the PC here. Not sure how far we can push this. So this display client. It seems to be getting progressively slower. And this one is having issues with loading the sprite graphics. I think the server itself is overloaded at this point. I am asking it to do a lot. That's weird. Are we getting any kind of weird message on this? Well, it's just unable to find that, so that's weird. It should be able to get the, it's getting some of the sprites, it's not getting all of the, not picking up all the assets for some reason. And it's affecting this side. It's like the, oh, that's interesting. We're getting an insufficient resources error. Net insufficient resources. Is that coming from the server, or is it coming from, let's refresh this, and maybe there's something I'm not doing to close down the channel? The whole thing is bugging down. Uh-oh. Did the stream freeze too? It's collapsing, it's all ending. Looks like I've killed it. Is the server reporting anything? Let's see. Let's take a look at load timeout for modules main. So the server itself seems to be having issues. Let me see if what was the command on the Mac for the process viewer? Process. What was it called? It's not process monitor or monitored. Activity monitor. How lovely. And what kind of memory usage are we seeing here? We have 3 gigabytes. Oh, we were using all our memory, it looks like. What's Chrome using? It doesn't look like Chrome is using that much. 282, 272 megabytes. Chrome Helper is using 952 megabytes. OBS is using, well, this actually it looks like there's more than one Chrome Helper. What we got here? How come now it's not showing up now? No, it's up. Am I blind? Where is it? Oh, Google Chrome Helper. So something is issue. Let me try closing these and relaunching Chrome. I'll lose my chat window though, I think. Or maybe not actually. Because it's a separate browser instance that's running. Close this entirely. Looks like the browser window is still there in my chat window. That's right, it's running its own instance of the browser. OBS is, that is. So we'll run Chrome again. And let's see if all of this works again. If not, then that is upsetting. So here's the server running. And I'm seeing that the iPad and the PC side of things, they are running. If you look at this little window at the side. And let's run this. Again, and run the display client here. And let's put the console window up on this one. So I think I'm running out of resources probably because I'm not deallocating them. Yep, now we're starting to get this issue, and now we're getting insufficient error. Net error insufficient resources. What does that mean? Let me write that down. Net dot error insufficient resources when I'm doing an HTTP GET. Oh, and the reason why I'm not seeing it here is probably because I have it disabled. Yeah, so if there was a, how do I do that again? There was a way of, yeah, log, if I turn this on, so here I'm seeing that it's finishing loading it. Maybe it can only handle certain, it can't handle too many at the same time? It seems to be working over here. The PC is having issues with it though. But anyway, let's see if the replay works. Play last session, and then all these elements should be pulling from a completely different source. And we're still getting problems on the PC over there, but the iOS device seems to be working. And that's stopped. Now I need to do playback stop. And now kick it back into live. Just for fun, I don't have enough iOS apps. Instagram. Let's see. Safari. What do you say? Go. And we want to run display client. just to see if that's working. So now I have my iPhone over here running it. The PC side itself is completely crashed. Let me restart that. See if this works. Display client. It's having difficulty. I wonder what's different. What's different about the PC than the Macintosh? It's not even showing me the... It's loading it, but it's not able to get the message for some reason. This looks like an old bug, actually. There used to be... I used to have an issue with... It would do the fetch, but it would lack. It would screw up on the URL it was getting would be no good. It seems to be working fine here, but it's not being able to grab DS. The media URL is not correct. Oh, now we're getting the insufficient resources thing. I think what's happening is maybe it's trying to get a resource, but it's not delivering it. Oh, that's odd. Not sure why this is happening. Let's try something else. The server address here is 192.168.114. 192.168.114.3000. Let's try running it that way. And run the display client. See if that makes a difference. So we're still getting issues with unable to completely load the element. But it worked a little better that time. What is the difference? Let's see, this fell asleep. This is still running. Let's see if the replay works again. Play last session. These should all update. This one is having trouble loading its backend files. And they're not in sync. This one's still pulling live. It's like it's like it's pulling an old code base. Well, okay, the iPad is pulling. Like the iPad and the PC seem to be working different than these other two. Is that pulling old code? How do I force a refresh on? Yeah, let me try something. Let me do a gulp clean all, which will purge everything. How can I force this to purge stuff? This is Safari. Oops, DC. The thing I could think of is maybe this is not on the same network. Let me see. Make sure this is actually on my local network. It is. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to connect, I think. Not sure what's up with the PC. We can try to force a hard refresh on this. So, okay, that's all been done. Let's rebuild everything. Let's try for because sometimes I wonder if these iPads aggressively cache. We need to refresh on this. It's linting. There's still an error. That's a missing semicolon. It's unisys. Okay, recorder branches up. Display client. And refresh this to reconnect to the network. Refresh this to reconnect to the network. Oh, it's just getting really slow. Let's take a while to heat up. And definitely some performance issues are starting to hit. So now we play that last session. Even on this one, it's screwing up. Off-screen renderer cannot generate the bitmap. Running out of graphics memory, maybe. Or something is not being disposed of. Okay, so now I'm replaying. There should be a different stuff going on in the background. No, this performance is bad. And so everything stopped. This one's still running though, and it shouldn't be. Let's try that again. Oops, playback stop. And I don't see maybe what's going on. What is it doing? I wonder if it's like there's a bunch of outstanding, does it keep retrieving these? If it's unable to get something delivered in time? So this one over here, let's have it reconnect to the server. There's definitely some hitching going on. It doesn't help that OBS is taking 40% CPU either. Probably should drop the encoding quality a bit. I bumped it up 2 levels to see what would happen. So I know it's not perfect. Okay, so that's going. Let's play last session. So these 4 devices should change. The PC one isn't changing. And why is that? Is it loading old code? Is it out of sync with the other ones? There's something weird going on here. Close that again. Let's try, I haven't tested this in Firefox, but why not? Close all these crap windows. Closes Firefox. And opens them all again. Let's see. Oops, that's not right. Maybe Steam is screwing it up. Problem loading page. What is up with that? 192.168.114.3000. Display client. Still having this. This is probably a server error. Like it's a malformed packet or. It's not able to find this. Oh, the sprite URLs are. these gets logging? It should be getting, it's logging all the requests and responses. There's a checkbox that says I want to turn it off, but it's being ignored. Go Firefox. I would like to see what is not actually being shown. I'm not sure I like this console. Well, looking at a console here on the PC side of things, trying to see what it's doing. I guess I need to turn off all this logging. Where did I just see the console? JavaScript. Oh, we're getting a security exception. This transport is null. I'm not sure where that's coming from though. Dev tool, this is actually coming out of some other module. It doesn't seem to be related to mine. No, it's not. Oh, goodbye. Smell you later. Let's try this again. 192, 4000. I'll have to write some debug code to see what's going on here at some point. In the meantime, I'm guessing the texture address itself is not being properly conveyed, or... Oh, wait! Now I'm mad. I think... Third function. What's up with this? What happened to our... So the backgrounds are still... What happened to the sprites? Are we missing the sprites now? Okay, let me try something here. I suspect something may have happened with where we're storing these assets. Although this should not have worked then when I did my gulp clean. Let's check. Let me check on the PC side. No, that should work. So what I was thinking was, like, I know that there was some file reorganization going around, and we had a server that had some file assets on it. And what the server here is doing, it's caching them. And pulling them out of a Dropbox public folder. But it's possible that those public assets are gone. I don't think the ones in my folder would be gone, though. That's the confusing thing. Anyway, I'm going to table the PC debugging thing for now, and then go and just continue to refactor my code. And move things over so I can move them over the particles. Okay, so 1500 tests on multiple devices. And what time is it now? It's 13:24, let's call it 15:15. 15:15 refactor test code into module, recorder module rather. I actually finished committing this though. Or not. I'll show what's going on the PC. Okay, what happened here? Oh, that was the hack. I didn't want to commit that. Let's discard that. Oh, I wonder what's wrong on the PC. And also, one of these iPads wasn't quite working. Maybe it was not connected to the right... It was not being recognized by the Server? It's mysterious. Alright, let's restart this server. And go back to the code and let me make a list of things that I'm going to change for this. Let me close this. Despite the disheartening test. Well, now we're getting, okay, that's because the server shut down. Now we'll restart it. Let that go for a while. Ugh. Drink some water. So, what do we want to do? Let us review the code areas that need modification. And that would be, first, the line unisys incorporates, I'll make notes here. Let me close a bunch of stuff. Close that. Close that. Let's close that for now. Let's close that. Let's close that. We don't need that. Let's close that. We don't think we need this. Nah, it's old. So, stand up for a bit. Maybe it's time for a coffee break. All right, I am going to get some coffee. And this should not take too long. Kate, why is it so dark in here? Coffee, 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 coffee. Looks like I have 1, 2. Yeah, this is a little. Huh. So I'm gonna make some of instant coffee. This is like what I'm drinking. This is a Korean instant coffee mix that my friend Joy at the Asian market turned me on to. It ends up this like one of these boxes. It has 100 of these. Each one makes like about, I think, like a 3-ounce cup, or something like that. 1 stick, 12 grams. And there's 100 sticks for $20, so it's 20 cents each. Still cheaper than Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks. Doesn't taste too bad. Although I probably shouldn't be having the sugar. I just rip the ends off of these. Yeah. I think open that enough. Why is this not coming out? So, you know, it's a mixture of non-dairy creamer and freeze-dried coffee and sugar. Cat. Use my hot water bottle. Great for having hot water on tap. Very Asian. Stop by and pet the cat. Hey, sweetie. Oh, there you go. I don't think people can see me petting you. People can't see you being petted. Where at? Really? No. Yes. Too bad you don't sit with me on the desk. It would be much more convenient for you and convenient for me. You know, that would be such. You'd like it over here. You know? Hopefully not stuck here for 10 minutes. Oh, the other cat is catching wind of attention. But what happened to my... Oh, hold, stay there for a second. Oh. Yeah. He's going to bribe you with food. You don't want to be bribed with food? Also. One sec. Oh. Sneak away. Alright. Maybe you'll feel better if I give you some fish treats. Would you like a fish treat? Do you want a fish treat? Look. Fish treats. You don't want one? No? If I took one out. Oh, they're smelly. Yum. I can see you'll still eat them. Here's some for you. All right. So now, maybe I'll just take a break. What time is it now? It's 1:20. Let's push it. I'll take another 10-minute break. I'll just put the time back here. Let's check see if someone knows some things that people are asking me. Let's see. Work log, here's promise day, get all the time, blah, blah, blah. So I'm in the Discord chat room right now, seeing what the other coworkers are up to. Let's have project, okie dokie. That's great. People are talking and sharing their tips about. Actually, might as well. I could probably just share this. I don't think people will mind. This is a public chat room, and I just scan through this. I can't actually drag it over here. What are people talking about in the virtual co-working chat today? They're talking about the day grid balancer, sleep tracking, with how one person uses the day grid balancer to tackle. Oh, that's an interesting way of like. Someone who has more projects than their schedule realistically fits, and they're adapting the day grid balancer to balance it, basically. And mentioning an app called Habitica? I'm not familiar with that. I might as well look it up. Habitica. Your life in the role-playing game. Is this one of those gamification things? Yeah. Interesting. I can see this working for some people. I'm not sure it would work for me because I have too much, I guess, game design inner dialogue thinking from having worked to get into the industry and then being there for a while and then being out of it and then just kind of thinking like that to begin with. Once I see the structure of the rules, once I have the structure of the rules of something, then I tend to lose it, get sucked into that. That felt. Maybe all I needed was coffee. Now I feel much better. So okay, I guess that's what's going on in there. And I might as well. I think I locked out my Twitter. At least I hope so. Yep. Same with Facebook. Nope. guess I could check my mail, but I don't really want to share that with everybody, so I'll just check it real quick here on the side. I'm assuming it's not legible. Let's see. Oops. I can't type today. Looks like an unsolicited guest blogging request by someone who doesn't read my contact form. I wish there was a way of just automatically just nuking, putting them on a blacklist that's shared for not reading. You should read your text, kids. All right. That's weird. How come? It's 337? That was a fast. I could have sworn it was like 15:23 when I started this, but 14 minutes have already gone by? That doesn't seem right. I think I just screwed this up. Time is mysterious. Alright, so we'll just call that a 15-minute break anyway. Adjust my timesheet. Although I might as well take mail. That cat petting took up all the time. Alright, so we're going to refactor this test code. Feels slightly better. And what are we doing to do to refactor this test code? What's in Unisys? We want to move the recorder related stuff in Unisys to, I think we need to call this something else. Right now I have something called a playback display list. I think that can probably still stay as it is. But we probably want a recorder. That would probably be something like Unisys recorder module or something. Unisys, or it could just stay in Unisys, I guess. Let's take a look and see what's added to it. So, what's related to Unisys or recorder in Unisys browser? We have these rec events. These are on line 47. What else do we have? I'm looking in construct. These are all the runtime, module startup phases, network dispatcher, mdispatch, mget dispatchers, register message, new sequence, call sequence, app ready, record start. This is what line 415. We have record start, and we have record stop, and we have get session list, and we have playback start, we have playback stop. It looks like we also have this mRecorder mode thing too, which I just forgot about. Where is that saved? This is 164. This is where code folding might come in handy. Maybe I should try that. Instead of all the scrolling around like this is dumb. How do I do the code folding? Can I start there and go all the way down to here? How do I fold it? I have never used this actual feature before. It sounded neat, but I found the way of getting code folding to actually fold seemed like kind of a pain in the butt. Fold is Option Command bracket, left and right. And then Command K seems to be all the folding related. Unfold all is Command K, Command J. Oh, there's levels of folding? Fold level 1, fold all, fold level 2. So you can fold within folds, is that the idea? So fold. I mean, where'd it go? So if I select this, can I unfold it? Ooh, sexy. All right, so that's all that stuff. I might as well fold the rest of this. Fold. Do we have record, start, record? This is not. Oh, that's interesting. Was that? I wonder if that's. What happened here? That's a legitimate error. What happened? How is that not killing this? That's weird. So imagine that something like this has to happen. Record start should receive a session selector. Right here is going to config. That's freaking weird. Let's continue on our code folding adventure. Oops. And this is all the other stuff that needs to be considered to be moved. Alright, so this is all the code that seems to be related to it. So here, config. This looks record start records. Wait, this is twice. What is up with this? Record start. Why is this twice? Why is this 3 times? Record start. Did this never get updated? How's this even working? Record stop. Oh, that must have gotten replaced by something. Oh, that's what I did. I did something by accident. Okay. I think. Let's see. Yeah, when I was doing this copy paste, somehow I was replacing it at the same time. That is so odd. Alright. Mysterious. How did I even do that? Yeah, this is. I just copy pasted everything without reading it. Probably everyone noticed. I guess the coffee hasn't entirely kicked in yet. So I think I got to knock. I'm gonna knock 15 minutes off of my bill for that. Stop session list selector. So let's just make a note of this. Instead of copying and pasting it, we'll do is we had record start. We had record start, we have record stop. We have get session list, I think it was. Get session list. And then we had, after that, I guess, playback start. And we had playback stop. And then we also had a bunch of debug code. These are API var. These are enum. Then around line 578, we have debug functions. Debug use the debug test API, and we have record start. Let's call it window record start. Blah 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 blah. It's basically this. Except this is replaced by window. And we don't have a session list one, I think. We had play last session. So which of these should go into where? I guess the first thing to look at would be whether or not these can be combined somehow. So let's take a look at these side by side. I'm going to move this down to here, move this up so I can actually get another view into Unisys. File, new view into file. Not that file. Oops. Really? So it's not going to let me. We'll just make this all go away. That's mysterious. Let's save it just in case. Don't save. Okay, it didn't erase the other one. This file I want the view into. File, new view into file. Unisys, put this on the other side. This does not retain the code folding of the other view, but we want to compare sys record start with window record start. So how do these compare? Sys record start, let's just read it. It sends, how to describe this? Config.command, it creates a new data packet. It sends a record start or rec command, record start with config payload. Likewise, I'm guessing record stop does the same thing. Check, then send. And then record stop does largely the same thing. It does a sanity check, and then sends a check. So that's the pattern apparently. Then send rec. Oh wait, no, it's not sending rec command record start. It's sending. Oh wait, it's sending message search recorder command. config payload. And so this is sending the same thing, except with a rec command, record stop. With, there's no pay with, no payload. And what does get session list do? It send. Let's condense this down. Sends a recorder command. Record start. Does get session list do any checking? No. It sends recorder command slash get sessions with a session selector, and executes callback. Then exec callback. Playback start. I imagine it's much the same as these. Yep. It includes, it does some checking. Playback with a selector. There's no callback received. So we have some data stuff to define. Data structures, session selector. I think that's all the same one. PB, session selector, record start, config. Config. Get stop. This is, what do? We check. And then we send the same stuff. And so for all of these, let me get rid of that. For all of these, this is really kind of a low-level packet sending. We could probably make it a little smarter. Now, by comparison, if we look at the window versions of it, create session info object. And then it also creates, there's no name for this, record start config object. Call sys record start. So that's probably a legitimate example of how to invoke that. So record stop though. Actually, I just realized that my notes here will become something nice to use for documentation. Oops. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. We're in the record stop. What does this do? It just merely calls sys record stop. And then likewise for playback start, that's a little more complicated because you need a session selector. Actually, it doesn't do anything here. That's because we're doing play last session. Empty. Play last session. What does this do? This creates selector object. And retrieves how does this get session list one work? I need to expand this. With callback. So sys get session list. Then calls callback, invokes callback function on receipt of information. That's another with the list format. So we have a data structure config, we have this, we also have the playback no, it's record start config. Okay. Running out of coffee. Reviewing my code for record playback. What was I doing? What was this other structure? What do I call this? I'd love to turn these into classes, but we're still defining what these actually work. I think there's a session info. Object. There's session info and a session selector. And then there's a, I would say, a recording config. Records. The idea behind this is that you have a, at the time you start recording, you want to tell the system what messages you want recorded, and that's a list. What do you call that? Record selector? Recording message selector? What's a short name? Recording setup? Recording config? Record config? Record scope? Actually, that's recording scope is what I'm going to call it. Yes! Probably one of my favorite parts of programming is just naming things and categorizing them, because I'm weird. So where was I? I was going through this. Play last session. It creates selection object. That's a session selector, I think, in our nomenclature. Record start creates a recording scope object. Oops, that's not right. Session. What does that mean? Yeah, okay. That's really not session info. That's session session marker. Session info, session data, session meta. The idea is that when you start recording, you need to stamp it with what you are recording. Session, it's not session data. It's session metadata, session, let's call it session meta. Session meta. Record start requires a session meta. And the description of this is it's identifying info of the current, of what's being recorded, what is being recorded. Which is like curriculum and stuff like that. And then the session info is passed to a record start. Or it's a, what should I call it? Record start also. This is a recording, we're telling it what to record. These are really parameters. This is the recording scope. Record. And this is session meta plus what messages, devices to record. Then after that, we have, I think in playback we have another thing. We have, actually this is a selector. This is not quite the same data structure. Playback, start. This gets an object that I'm going to call a, well, this is a session selector, isn't it? This is really more of a day or a date. Session selector. What to play back. No, this is not, this is play last session. What to play back. It's just fish documenting it. So, and window play last session, we call get session list. We create the session selector. Request session list asynchronously. On callback, we get check for errors, retrieve, get list of session recordings. It's basically a bunch of files. I guess that's another one, play last session. We have something called session list. Returned list of session objects that can be played. And then we are calling playback start, but it doesn't do anything. How does it even work? Sys playback session selector. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. So it calls the system. So sys playback start should just call sys playback start, and this should have a session selection. So we have session selectors and session selectants. Playback start gets a session selection. What to play back? Is that the same as a session selector though? The selector is no. So maybe it's a session. Maybe session selector is not quite right because that sounds like it's specific. Session. I'm going to call it a session scope. Is that the same as a recording scope though? What is the name of a parameter that is used to get a? I'll just ask this in our dev Slack. I don't think anyone said anything. Nope, no one said anything in the chat room. I don't even know if we're still streaming. Are we still live? I guess I should check. Live dashboard. Yep. You are still going. It's been 2 hours. That's good. That's 2 hours more than I thought it. Or that's an hour and 45 minutes more than I thought it'd be able to last. Let's see. Yeah, the session. Yeah, I'm working through the nomenclature now as I modularize some functions. I'll post it in the wiki / not Jira doc repo. Question though. Open query. What do you call a parameter that is used to return, that's used to specify a selection criteria to filter out a list of appropriate, to filter a list. Sure. Return a filtered list. I'm thinking selector scope, selector, which might imply a singleness, not a list, or selection scope, or but neither of these make me happy. Playbacks. So anyway, I'm over here, files and files data directory. What I wanted, what is this actually doing when I hover over something? It actually knows where this is defined? You'd think it'd be able to refactor it then. Oh wait, no, this could be bogus. It doesn't actually know if this is what the symbol is, because JavaScript is not geared for that. So where was I again? So on play last session, retrieves, looks at list, picks last file in list, and passes to sys playback. So then, what do these files look like? This is defined, I think, and now you have to start looking at step unisys. which I haven't even started looking at yet. We have a handler for this. It's recorder data, API goes to API dispatcher. No, wait, this is a recorder mode change. Nope, that says let the recorder module, let everyone, or let interested parties know that the recorder has changed state. Any app. Any apps, web apps. So how are we doing the... I'm having a brain fart here. I don't need these. So I want to know what the, okay, I need to know what the format of this list is, and who is returning this list. This is a command called get sessions. Get sessions has to be handled in a quarter command. Quarter command, these are subsystem dispatchers. Recorder commands are handled in, I should move this whole section up actually. Subsystem dispatcher. This is really a subservient function to our main API. Where is it? It's all the way up here. This. This is the internal event handler. I should internal event handler. This is the external event handler. Internal message handler. Now I use a different style. I should fix that. And then down here we have supporting things happening. Alright, so these are all, so internal message handler versus the external message handler, or incoming message handler. This is what, let's shorten this language. This is what handles incoming packets. Then dispatches them to either a net service, a server service handled by the server, or forwards onto a web app that has registered the message to web apps that have registered the message. Registered a handler. for the message. So, where was I again? We're looking for the handler for this recorder commands. Recorder commands. We should note that recorder commands, this is in Unisys browser. These are all handled, are all sent to step Unisys API dispatcher function. Specifically, the recorder command handler there. So the recorder command handler here is doing, it does do record start, does record stop, get sessions. So here is where we can find out what the format is. It looks like a list of files and a data directory. Yeah. We could further on break that down, the files, into these are just pure file names. So what we're getting back is in get sessions, we're getting back a sessions, a session list, let's call it. And this has the root directory specified and files in that directory. I think that's really the root URL. No, it's the root. The root directory. So you send that back. Let's see what it says actually. I forget if it actually it shouldn't return like the local path or the absolute path. It should return a relative path. A relative path to the sessions directory. The directory specified by the selector, session selector. Session selector. And then playback start. Don't have specify selection. We have selected and selection. I don't like that I'm doing that. Well, once we have examples of all of these, this is maybe not a bad place to start. So we have this, it looks like directory. And it'll be something like data selector unit ID. Yep. Unit ID plus date. Unit dir plus date dir. And then there'll be files, which is like a list of stuff. And it's going to be something like A1, or it's going to be NNN, AN, or it's DN, AN, NNN, DN, AN, dash activity note dot rec. And that's the current. So in playback start, this is what's called, this is the session list. And session selector looks like, we had to go back to the Unisys one. Session selector. Maybe it's got a session filter. When you're doing a get sessions, oh, we should call it a match. Session matcher. Okay, so get sessions. I want to document this. This should receive, though. So let's just start defining it down here. Session matcher. What's it called in a regular expression? You usually, match is probably the most common I've seen. Session matcher. What's an example of a session matcher? It's a good example of a session matcher. Oh, it would be in probably in get session list. It looks like session selector. I should go back to my this. That's this. And the ones I'm going to support right now are, yeah, I guess this is actually the everything that should be in there. Session matcher, who's using a session matcher? Get sessions. In session match. So session match designator selector. Session pattern maybe. Or selection pattern? Selection pattern might be better. Session pattern will be shorter. Or a match pattern maybe is even best of all. Match pattern. You match pattern out session list or session matches. I like that. Match pattern session matches. Which maybe is the same as a session. It's not quite the same as a session list. Well, I think maybe because we'll probably have other ones that are session lists. So if we have the same session list pattern, this looks like a reusable data type. So we can start condensing this down. So in the play last session, I have this twice. In play last session, we are passing it in nothing. Well, these are two things. So we have the match pattern and the session list as an output. And then we have, on record start, we have recording scope, which is, I guess, this. Do we really need to pass? Session declare the farm meta session designation session ID. It's not quite session ID. It's a session index data session. I guess we could also, let's call this tags instead. I think a session info, maybe session stamp. I'm gonna call it session stamp. And a session stamp looks like this. Oops. Session stamp has these things. And additionally, we have the recording scope. Record scope. Or maybe it's capture scope. So maybe session capture. This is session stamp plus a bunch of filters. Session recording scope looks like this. It has a session stamp, and then it has messages, message filter, select messages. This is an array of strings. We have cell device. Which is like undefined. And then we will have cell. Actually, I guess I'll just leave this out of the definition for now. Because we're not actually implementing those. So I'm going to rename this to session stamp. This is a session stamp. And cell messages. So that will be our new syntax. Let's just call it the stamp. And then cell messages. It looks terrible. stamp and cell messages. And this gets handled on the step unisys side under do play record start. So here data messages, session is equal to stamp, messages is equal to cell messages. We're getting rid of these. Session, record start session, messages. Session stamp is equal to data stamp. Cell messages. Well, there's the new one. Hear the badoink noise. See if there's any badoinking that's addressed to me. Project C, ongoing for about 2 hours, still chugging. I'm finding that the streaming is helping me get started and keep going. Just typing in that I was physically ill, but I think it was my stupid brain to be lazy. I called its bluff. All right, so we're making some progress. This may seem like tedious work, but I think this will save time later. Now that I'm actually documenting the data structures that are there. Session stamp, session recording scope. Let's see, do records, playbacks, record start. Message center is not there anymore. So we got all these. So these are example calls. Let's look at the example calls again and see if we cannot simplify them. We don't really have playback start anymore, but playback start would have to get a session, what am I calling it? A session list object. A session file. Session selector will be directory. How am I actually loading the damn thing? So in my play last sessions, I am getting the last file and directory and file. Okay. I guess I did call it session selector. Session list, directory, file. This would be containing directory. G would be, and then the file would be a file name rec. Or it's not so much a session selector. Well, I guess it kind of is. I guess the question is, like, if you want to play a certain day, well, no one's asked for that feature yet, so I'm not going to worry about it. Match pattern. What did I say was returned? What to match pattern out as session list, that's right. Not sure this is the best format for this, but I think it's pretty good. So I think that all of these is sample test code, is fine, but in playback start, let's have it not call sys playback start itself. Well, actually that does work. We don't really need this playback start command. I guess well, maybe we do. That's just as a test. Do we copy all this? I'll just make a note here. Console log or console info, window, playback start. Doesn't do anything. C, window, play last session for example code. So I think that these are all executing the these debug commands are you working okay, I think. What's that noise? Yep. Not sure why it's not reflected in Discord. It's supposed to be integrated. Okay. Let's see. I think this is fairly okay. I could move all these objects into the playback and just its own module, but a question. I should move it into its own module. What am I saying? All right, let's do that. Because there's an awful lot of other Unisys stuff that's in there. So, okay, so here's, let's do it on this side. And here's Unisys here, and let's just copy my module format. Unisys, recorder. We need definitions. We don't need sysloop. We don't need X settings, I think. the need network and net message. We don't need call sequence. Def network net message. Don't think we need call sequence. Don't think I'm using them. I don't even remember what we had in call sequence. What does these? Who uses call sequence? I guess I use them a lot. Oh, okay. This is code I'm not really using yet. I had to rewrite it anyway to make it more usable. All right, so no yawning. I'm not yawning. I'm stretching my mouth. All right. So let's define rec will be our object name. And this does not need to be a sysloop. Clear module. And we'll call it rec, but it's not a sysloop module. It's just an empty object to which we shall decorate private system variables. That will be this. This code folding is great. Why didn't I use it before? I didn't know what the keyboard command was. I need to also copy all these things. Rec event. Private system variables, and these are enumerations. I know there's a fancy ES6 way of doing this, but I'm pretty sure they have real nums now. But I'll get to that in the next engine pass. All right, so we have a bunch of these. Wait a minute. I unfolded all of this. What did I do? I folded everything. Crap, what did I do? I hit fold out. I wanted to fold all this stuff. Can you have folding sets? I mean, all this stuff is not necessary. By looking into it, I think I unfolded it. Yeah, up to here. Fold. And all this stuff can go into this new module. And maybe it will work. Maybe. Oh, first I probably should import it. Or it might help if I saved it first. So this would be part of step. Where's Unisys? It's here. Unisys recorder. And now I need to import it. Step Unisys quarter. So in playback, it's basically all this stuff. Noink. Noink. Oh, this is all rec. Ah, what? Rename that. Oh, damn it. Rectum? No. System. That's funny. Why is this wider than the other ones? That's 80 columns, and this is 81 columns. Unacceptable. So I don't see any obvious linting errors because I am including the right modules. So then all the window calls, though, those can stay in Well, where should those go? This probably shouldn't be in Unisys. I think I'm probably moving these to debug. Since these are console commands, I can just shove them into right back into here. These are just debug commands. Those will eventually be moved. This is all just for testing. These can stay in here though. Those don't have to be in this. Let's see. So the idea behind this, testing, this is the recorder playback console test functions. Record start will call the server and tell it to create a recording file. You specify the unit ID and the day ID, the activity ID. These are the curriculum defined values. In session stamp. Session stamp is equal to session stamp or the server creates a directory under unit ID and checks for a it's a YYY MMDD directory that matches the current date, creating it if necessary. It then counts the number of conforming .rec files that match the convention for session. This is NNN, e.g. 001, D1A2, note .rec. And it creates a new file with the highest number. So to prevent overwrites. to play back the last session. Record stop. We'll stop the. It's more that you have to record that, isn't it? I should call this test record start. Record stop test. Start test. I don't want to type so much in the console, so I'll do T record test, T record stop, T playback, T last session. Am I missing something? No. T record start. T record stop. We'll stop the recording. Updating the internal recorder state. I also have think I'm missing some stuff here. Who is handling the messages that are keeping the recorder state synchronized? Then playback using tplay last session. Example usage. Okay, so back in Unisys here, let's unfold everything, which is, I didn't remember the command right. It was edit code, it's unfold all is command K, command J. Alright, so there's a handler I must have defined somewhere here. It's this. This needs to be moved into the recorder module. Here. I guess I do need a, this does need to be a sysloop module. I was wrong. Equals, so we need sysloop now. Yeah. Well, I guess sysloop is handy. Keeps us from having all these asynchronous startup issues. And so, and then how do I just, it's sysloop new, sysloop new unisys recorder. That's just an ID string. And then we need to actually have a handler for this. We don't need any of these other things. I guess we won't do it on construct. Oh, this is an interesting problem. So when app ready is called, that happens in start. Oh wait, no, this is fine. Generally, app ready is called in start. Oh, that's weird. So how's this going to work? Because this is a module that implements some hand messages by itself. Ideally, these should be defined in initialize. Because they'll never get called during start, so I think that is okay. Yeah, I think that's... Or you could define it in load assets. We'll do it in construct though. App ready should never be called in during construct. It should always be called in start. Yes. I have declared it to be so. So we need to have set up some API functions, some startup events. And we need a register recorder event handler. Related system events. So this is rec set handler construct function and we're going to register this message handler. Why does it say this? Wow, can we do it here? No. I'm trying to call Unisys, but I can't call Unisys directly from here. I actually need to do this from Unisys. Can't make a call. I can't call Unisys from a submodule of Unisys directly. Yeah. All right, so we need to have this instead of calling main set recorder state. We want this to call dispatcher. So we need a new that was the main set registration. I'm not sure if I like the way I'm defining things in my definitions. It's kind of hard to. Let me go away from it. Unless I can, I wonder this, will it turn this red? No. I mean, this looks good like when before when it was, you type in the actual string. It would sort of stand out. Yeah, look at that, that's glorious. But this way is more portable. Maybe for calls you can use the other format, but for handlers you use the... No, that makes no sense. The whole point of this was just so I could change the messaging strings that were being used to make more sense over time without having to go and hunt down through everything. Because it's pain to do in this IDE. Anyway, so we have that recorder state. We want to have this handled by something here. This is, I should put something at the top of this, says what this is. So this is Unisys dash recorder. Implements the recording interface managed with Unisys as the front end module. unisys, this module cannot call unisys directly. So unisys, so it implements a expects unisys to register messages and route them here. So let's see, submodule interfaces. So what do we have here? We have rec, what we'll call it. So in that, this recorder state, what do we call it? Recorder, handle recorder state. Message is equal to function data all this stuff. I think everything we have rec event. Rec this register message rec is not defined because it's called recorder, and this actually this needs to export it, I think. Return rec. Oh wait, no. That's defined. I guess we'll find out though. All right, crash. Script error. Does the linter report what's wrong? 16 proms. Step uses record PP, MSG, missing semicolons. All right, so this should tell me where they are, right? What? The linter's telling me nothing. Do I need to reopen it? Unisys recorder. Lint. There we go. We need a PP mod. Oh, PP. Unirec. Relint. 42. MSG. Where is that defined? MSG. New MS. Okay, I guess we do need that. MSG server client. We are sending messages back and forth. Rec event. I guess we'll just pull the whole package in. I don't like the way I defined all this. It looks messy. But I think this is the first time I'm really dealing with a complicated messaging hierarchy, so I don't have a good architectural sense of how to do it. So this is one of those make my best guess. All right, so now what are we getting problem-wise? Is there a way that I can just see the linting errors? Exit. Okay, that's done. Rec. Rec. Oops. Rec. 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 Is that all of them? Come on, Linter. Nope, it looked like it. Missing semicolon line 184. It is missing a semicolon. Oops, where'd that go? 184 was it again? Yes. Relint. It lints clean. All right, let's see if this works. Ugh. It's still getting an error. Stylize it. Unscript error for stripped. Use this. It says it's linting. Cannot extend X visual factory. What? It's annoying. I'm still having this error. File not found. Oh, it's did I misname it? Step. This is Unisys dash recorder. All right, come on, work. All right, so that's working still. And I guess want to see if the states are still updated across both recorder instances. Unisys is replying is not a function at mgrab frame. Okay. How would I implement that? This is a display client, so I guess we had to go to our next phase. In display client itself, we are calling Unisys commands directly, not recorder commands. Now, where are we using Unisys in this? We're registering messages. We'll have Unisys return the recording. Sys recorder. Also pass through the recorder instance. Instance. I hear beeping noises. Now, did someone type something? YouTube crashed again, just restarted. Huh. Where's that booping noise coming from? Task 13, wow. Strudel, New Zealand has tackled 15 tasks today. And it's like the afternoon in New Zealand or something. Where's the wow? I thought there was a wow emoticon. There is not. What? There's no wow emoticon? No. I'd use the open mouth one. There must be a whoa one. No, I guess not. Anyway. No beepings at me. So what I want to do here, instead of doing, what was it, is this recorder is playing. I think that might fix it. Come on, big money, big money, big money, big money, big money. Uh-oh. Ah! Like, what? Cannot read properly, is replaying undefined. Why is that display? Clam grab flame 198. That's what I just added here, though. That should have worked. Unless I did not save this. Unless... that should be pointing to the instance. I mean, it should be valid by the time it gets through there. Maybe it'll work this time. Big money, big money, big money, big money, big money, buddy. Oh. Did I not copy the function over? Let's see, maybe I didn't. It's under step unisys recorder. We're playing is playing. Well, that's not right. I don't know what happened there. Or is replaying. I don't know. Probably want a rogue renaming. All right, big money, big money. Yes, big money. Okay, so the Unisys module, the browser side has been, I think, refactored pretty cleanly. Unisys itself is now back to just handling Unisys network-related messages. The recorder interface is safely tucked into it's tucked into its own submodule, so all the related code is in here. Through yep. All right, that's good. I like it. What time is it? It's all right. So that took a long time. That was like, what time is it now? It's like 17:15. And part of me is thinking like, well, I should be writing new features, but if I'm not writing new features, well, if I write a new feature now, then this old feature will blow up in my face at some point because I don't understand how it works. But we have some nice beginnings of some documentation here. I can start, I guess, pasting. Let me paste this stuff into the up here. Record start, record stop, guess a session list. Data structure. I guess the tricky thing is to make sure I actually keep these up to date. Match pattern. That is part of get session list. Or is it? Session selector. Selector, so here's where it all falls apart again. So, okay, in my get session list, okay, I didn't want to update any of these. These really all do the same thing. Record start, let's just go through these one by one. Record start, it reads what I'm saying as a config, but in here, I'm saying it's a session stamp. Is that the only thing that it expects? And now we need to check on the step unisys side to see what it actually expects. Or step unisys. So I haven't broken those. This is the next part I need to break out, actually. So what do you call it? Recorder. We do have a step recorder. Where is it though? Step recorder. Record start gets a session info object. Session info, we get make session, that's in file system. What would I would, oops. What would I would give for I really should look into getting TypeScript working to see if Visual Studio with TypeScript actually gives me back, this instant, symbol consolidation that I'm used to. File system. I can't remember any of this stuff. So in step file system, there's a function called make session log path. Does a bunch of checks. But what is it really expecting out of this? Session info. Session info, unit ID, day ID. Here, what do they call it here? Unit ID, that's a match pattern, unit ID, day ID. Date scope, that's for record start. Is it match pattern correct? No, they won't. When record start, there's session stamp. Okay, yeah. So these actually probably should be made into its own data structure. So this is a session stamp, I think it starts with. So let's update this. Session stamp. I just want to be consistent about what I'm doing here. Because otherwise it's impossible to debug freaking JavaScript. This was a surprisingly complicated function to write. Lots of tedious little details. So okay, so session stamp. Record card is getting a session stamp. Okay. Used by record start. Has to record start. Okay, let's go back and check record start on the Unisys side of things. Step recorder gets a session stamp. Good. That looks good. So the next one then is playback start, I think. It's here, I'm saying it's getting a selector. But it's actually called a what? A session selector? Yeah. Sessions. Is that what happened? Session selector. Session selector directory and session selector this. Session selector that. Session selector this. Selector that. Okay. Is this actually invoking anything? Oh, this is a step recorder. What about, I wanted Unisys recorder. Oh, I was in the wrong file. I placed it the whole time. So record chart, this needs to get a session stamp. No session stamp of not config. Oops. Config. Recorder mode, okay. Let's make it an R. Net server recorder command. This is here twice. That's odd. Why is this here twice? Unisys recorder. Why am I setting this config? We have the session stamp. Let's take a look at the record start handler. It's getting a session stamp here. But this gets called based on a command object that's received. So that would be in step Unisys. And the recorder command dispatcher here. Here. Okay, it's just passing on a socket. And then it's actually being handled by do record start. I understand this stamp. This is just some messages. Command is just appended to it, I think. Yeah, it switches on message. I think packet. Oh wait, this is the playback routine. This is we want to be up here. This is recorder command, do record playback start or record start. Does the do record start. Socket sessions, session stamp messages. Where's the checking on the command though? Here. Okay, so it just appends command to it. If debug. What do I call it? Debug. I don't even have it in here. Debug equals false. Append the command parameter for step dispatcher. Dispatcher logic. Send the command. FDBG, do that. Alright, so then record style doesn't have any parameters. Get session list though. starting to fuzz out. The chair's sinking to break. Stretch! Check audio. Oh. Alright, so the next one, let's make sure that records, let's check the bug routines here. T-record start session stamp. Oh, that's interesting. It's passing along not a session stamp. But what is this one? Session recording scope. So I screwed this up. So record start is getting this. Let's shorten this down. I call this a session rec scope. Session record scope. And then on this side, we want to use the same terminology. That's on step unisys, or rather step recorder, API record packet, or record start. This is a session rec scope, and session rec scope has the stamp information in it, I believe. Let's make sure. Session rec scope is looking for what? Or I mean, make session. It's receiving it's looking for a unit ID. It would be in a stamp. Var stamp is equal to session rec scope dot stamp. Does this API record start receive different stuff though? This would be called by do record start. And it's pulling the stamp out of it. So actually this is probably the way it should be. But it's not a session stamp here anymore, is it? No, it is a session stamp. Yep, that should be correct. Record start. I should probably not call this do record start. Because these are taking different parameters now. I don't like that. How can I chunk this down into one thing? Let's check the actual do handler. Maybe I should just put on one thing instead of making it an API call. Actually, that makes sense. This should not be in. Oops, where am I? I'm a step recorder. Oh, I guess I can't do it that way. So do record start. Doing all this stuff. Maybe I should just call it record session, because that really is less of a record session, step recorder, because I don't, yeah, that probably makes better sense. API record session. Because this no longer is like really an event. Record session. Or start session. Stop. So if you're recording a session to start it, how do you end it? Stop session, stop, record stop. Let's call it open session. Or write session. So we have record and replayback. Playback start, playback stop. Record session, or record start, record stop. Maybe it's start recording, stop recording. Start recording. Or open recording, close recording. I think I like that a little better. Close, that's a little bit more file system-y. API open recording. API close recording. And then likewise on playback start and playback stop, we will call this open playback. Stop playback. Close playback. Or end the playback. Open playback. So now I need to make we need to find these missing functions. So API record session is now API open recording. And then record packet, I can still record stop would be API close recording. Playback start is now open playback. And so long. Playback stop is now close. I call it end playback. I didn't call it close because, let's call it close. Just so it's one less thing. It follows a pattern, which is important. Maybe I close playback. I wonder if some of these API functions are no longer necessary. Like API record packet is no longer, I don't think anyone's using it now. API or record packet. Like, oh no, it's not. That's not right. That's still there. So I'm not gonna mess with it. And so here, these comments open. Let's make sure that these are closed. Playback doesn't require a session selector. Open recording requires a session correct scope. And open playback requires a session selector. I think that's about right. Alright, so next, I think we have looked through playbacks, no, record start. Let's look at record stop. I don't think that has any. Where did it go? That's Unisys. Unisys recorder. We have start, play last session. Play last session requires really a session stamp or a match pattern. Well, actually no. This is a test routine, so we're not providing any of that. But when it calls get session list, that's when we want to check. And it's not a session selector now, it's a match pattern. And the new syntax is, again, the command. Is it called get session list? That ends up over to this side. And where is the wait, how does this work? Get sessions. API get. How does the sessions work now? That's not implemented in recorder? Do get sessions. Oh, okay, that's implemented in Dep Unisys. Maybe this needs to be. I suppose it seems like it should be in recorder. Yeah. So data. Is it calling anything a recorder here? It's actually we're creating in the data structure. Recorder get sessions. We'll put this into step recorder. Is file system in here? Yep. Alright, so we want a new API function called exports get sessions. Those API get sessions. Let's call this get matching sessions. We'll call it get sessions and we'll accept an arbitrary function, API get matching sessions. And that will get a match pattern. And this is where we're going to steal stuff from Unisys, Dep Unisys. What this should do is, what should it do? Let's just copy this as is. Don't want that. We don't get data packet, but we should get a match pattern out of this. Where is the match pattern? Here it's called data selector. Var match pattern is equal to packet data, or it's called data match. No, I guess the match pattern is the data. Is that right? No, that's not right. Do get sessions is passing selector is a match pattern. This is wrong. This should be, no, maybe it is right. Match pattern. Alright, this is a command packet. So pattern is part of the data. Command has already been parsed out of it. So data is packet data. Pattern is equal to data pattern. Or rather, just sum it up and I hate this indirection stuff. Pattern is equal to data. It's coming in the packet, so everything that's going to here will be that. It's packet data pattern. And so pattern, this should be what's passed. And so let's copy all this over. Alright, now I should be writing it here. So convert this back to where it was before as our main reference. So over here we are getting a match pattern, or we are expecting. And so let's assume that that's already been set up for us. So path is equal to get session at match pattern. Should call it something different. Pattern, if path if not path, return error. No session data found plus path. Files. If we got this far, we got a valid path. Path versus file system. Get directory to its pattern. So we're going to get, if not files length, var results is equal to files, directory. Where's the directory? This. Yeah, not files length. Results.error. And then we want to return this. Return results. Should call this sessions. Matching sessions is equal to all this. I'm hearing badooping noises. Oot. Okay, so where am I now? Just realized I'm getting hungry. I'm probably getting errors now. What was I doing? I'm still writing this, trying to refactor this so it's consistent. So get API, get mastering sessions. Let's make sure that's part of step recorder. It seems to be working now. So then here and do get sessions. We want to actually call recorder now. This is all the old code. New code. So we want to do recorder, get sessions, packet data. Well, what was it called again? Packet data. I guess it is the data. I think that's the only thing that's being passed. I already forgot what it was though. Unisys recorder, get session list. It's pattern, data pattern. Oops, I was doing it in the wrong place. Var sessions is equal to pattern. If sessions error console log or error and then we want to actually just ignore all this stuff. Oh wait, no, I don't think I can ignore it yet. What was that? Well, I guess I can. So I'll get the matching sessions back. If sessions error, in all cases, we want to return the packet. I'm just contemplating. We have, okay, I should probably do this like this. Var data is equal to packet, or packet data, because we want to modify this data later. Sessions is equal to data.patterns. Data pattern. And we're getting back a sessions object that looks like this. I guess the way to do it is, I should just pass the data along, I guess. I could just return the sessions object though. And we're going to return, so we'll do this data is equal to sessions. I don't like the way that looks though. Where to get sessions data? Return the packet requested data. Although if I do it this way, this breaks my paradigm. I need to return it the right way. Data directory is equal to sessions directory. This is bogus the way I'm doing. Data file is equal to or files session files. I could just do an extend, I guess. How does that work again? Extend. How does that with data sessions? Oops, I screwed it up. True. I forget how the jQuery extend works. jQuery extend, what is an ESX thing for it? Extend, I'm just looking at my other monitor. Target, which is data. Object 1, object n. Oh, there's a deep copy. True data sessions. All right. Let's see if that works. I'm working at the very edge of my capability to remember things. Actually, I'm past the edge of it. Connection refused. Well, this because it's still starting up. Let's launch that. Let's just see if we're getting, if it works the way it's expected. Uh-oh. Oops, there it goes. So if I do a record start, or it says T record start now, we get a crash. Type error. Recorder record session is not a function. Step Unisys 339. I probably didn't rename something. Step Unisys 339 is, I renamed all this stuff, didn't I? Step recorder is not record session. It's open recording. Open recording. I probably should look for all these. And so record stop is now called close recording. And who else? Recorder playback start is now called open playback. And playback stop is now called close playback. Seems like there's still one level of indirection in here that I don't want. I'm not sure what the solution pattern would be for that. But at least we're moving code out of here to make it a little bit more straightforward. So that layer we can ignore mostly. Let's see if that works. My hands are getting cold. I should make sure the heat's on. I can't feel my fingers. It sucks. I will be back. Oh, kitty. Yeah. You cold? No. I wish you could sit on my table. Oh. Yeah, this temperature's dropped down to 60 degrees. Just enough to keep the house from all the pipes from freezing. Has my microphone run out of juice yet? It must be getting close to it. No, it looks good. I'll have to replace those batteries soon. Let me drop down. Actually, I'm going to do something here. So I need to take a mini break. Let me show you. So over here, there's my patio doors, and I actually opened them up for the first time. Oop, there's a cat down there too. Usually I don't put those shades up there. These temporary shades I put there 10 years ago. And I've never found a good shade solution that I like that it bothers to do. But so these paper shades are here, and this is the perfect level, but it takes me forever to find that level. I should mark that. Let's see. Do I have anything that looks like a post-it note that will work with that? What's in this box? This is a 9-leaf, 1-pack compatible. Oh, this is tape. I should look at that later. Where are all my post-it notes? I don't usually use them. Maybe that's why I don't have any. All right, here's some in my secret stationery stash. We'll look at this later. So what I'm going to do, I think, is mark this somehow so I can find it later. Yeah, it'll work. I kind of wish I had those like fancy, like cut to size ones, but I guess this will do. It just doesn't need to be very long. It just needs to be a little mark. So I'm making a tab that's about, I don't know what that is, 12 millimeters. Of course, now I have to see if it's 12 millimeters. How good is my eye? This is marked in, okay, this is marked in. Nope, it's 10 millimeters. Oh well. And I'm just going to put this here so I'll be able to see it. Oops, I'm going to try to anyway. Oh no, I lost my... Which side did it land on? Yes, it landed sticky side up. Well, let's see if I can cut another 10 millimeter width thing. I have to judge with these scissors. This might be 10 millimeters. It seems narrower. This looks more like 8 millimeters. It's gonna kill me. How wide is this? No, it's 10 millimeters again. Well, this end is narrower. That end's 8 millimeters. Put that here. Okay, can I cut a nice clean 10 millimeter width thing? I don't think so. I'm not very good at cutting stuff. This might be 10 millimeters, but it could also be 11 millimeters. No, it's 10, just about 10 millimeters. Huh. Hey, kitty. So now that I put these marks up here, now I can do this. The mark's there. And hey, sweetie, I'm covering up the heat vent. Cat is not happy about being perturbed from his sitting point. All right, so now when I put those things up again tomorrow, I can put them in the exact right place instead of figuring out where the hell they were before. Small optimization made. Ugh. All right, what am I doing now? I look terrible. Is this light, or am I just fat? Probably a combination of both. My sister was saying I should go back on Atkins. That probably would be a good idea. The issue is, like, I guess food is kind of my major reward for doing work, and I guess there's a carb craving that goes with that. So, I don't know. How long was that? Was it a break? Hey, sweetie. Can't just come here. Hey, Quee. Come on. You want to come see the camera? Oh, you don't? Whoa, do you see your shadow? All right. I guess we are taking a break. Yes, we're taking a break. We're taking a break. We're taking a break. We're taking a break. I can't see what. Whoa. Don't move. We're taking a break. Yes, we are. Who's a kitty? There's 5 people watching. Cat, you're famous. Oh. All right. You're smelly. No? You don't like this? No. Ah. No licking. Cats aren't supposed to lick people. Are you hungry? This is where all the dog lovers drop out. Okay. You want to go down? Yeah. Or do you want to stay up here? Up here, first class. You can come to the table. You gonna go on the table? You gonna go on the table? Yeah. You just want pettings? Let's see. Maybe we can just sit here. Maybe if I made some sort of lap desk, maybe you would like to sit here. All right, let's try this out. Don't. Oh, I guess that works too. Let me see if I can get this. Here, let me make some room for you. There. Is that better? You can't sit here because there's no room. And yeah, you can flash your butt at this other camera. You move this cup and this mouse and this paper welder and these papers. Look, there's a whole space for you to sit. No, you just want to rub your face on things here. Look, oh, that's in the way, sorry. Look, here's a whole place to sit for you. Let me adjust my timesheet for this cat interruption. For some reason, this cat likes to lick people a lot. The whole point of having a cat, for me, was not to be licked by stuff. Okay, goodbye. Oh, he's looking for food. That's what it is. It's not love after all. Oh, well. Dogs, I guess, love you for real. So, let's see. I was working from 7:15. Actually, the refactoring has been going on for a while. To 18. Refactoring, continue on step Step recorder. Step is the server-side module stuff. And I'm just trying to make all the... I usually don't do this, but since this code is complicated enough that I know I will not remember how it works tomorrow, I'm hoping that by defining these data types now, because we're going to be doing more extending this stuff later. But I guess I want to do the do get sessions thing. So I did save that. And let's see if it's working. Oops. And the way to test that would be to, I guess, issue, well, let's see if the T record starts still works. Alright, so it's recording something, it looks like. Record stop. Okay, that seemed to work. Now if I do T play last session, here it crashes. We did crash. Cannot read properly, unit ID of undefined. And step file system 270. Step file system 270. Oh wait, but that's being called from, who was this? Get today's session path. That was called from get step recorder 156. It's expecting a pattern in here, but what did it get? Let's see what comes out of it. Let's try it again. Refresh, refresh. I said refresh, refresh. It takes a while for it to start up with the linter. I should disable it. Having the linter on the server side doesn't seem to be all that great. But linting on resave, that's probably not bad. Alright, so I can reload this, and I can reload this. And I can do, let's try that again. So it crashed again, because I didn't change anything, but I should have seen, well, it's undefined, so it's getting the wrong freaking thing. Which tells me that whoever's calling this, whoever's get matching sessions being called, get sessions. Probably happening in here somewhere. Do get sessions. It's calling recorder get sessions with data pattern. Apparently data pattern is not got data to JSON stringify stringify data. So I probably misnamed something or didn't update something. That linter is killing me. I am fixing that. The only reason why it's in the build path is because someone put it in there. And then I found out they just, well, I guess it makes, I actually like linting in the startup as a separate thing. I mean, it takes, how long does it take? Ugh. Lint. It took 3.32 seconds. You can warm up a whole piece of bread in 8.32 seconds. Alright, let's try this again. Reload. Okay, so what are we getting out of here? We are getting, I got command get ses selectors. It's passing selector instead of matches. So who's creating this? That would be happening on the Unisys side of things. On the browser, it's probably because I didn't update the no, get session list is, maybe I didn't save this file. Server record get sessions. Yeah, this is probably just stupid, like, this file has not been updated. Durr. They can tell that it has been or not. Here I'm waiting for the linter again. I'm gonna take that out. Build gulp file. There's a whole separate lint pass, lint command that is in here. And running the linter during the actual startup doesn't seem all that useful to me. Maybe it's like I'll make another test called blint. Or blilled. Console. Where's this all happening? It's happening all in 1, 2, 3, 4. Ignoring. I think on this column log np. Log np. Skipping lint. If you really want to lint during build. Use the blint task. Use gulp blint. Screws up. Okay, let's gulp. See if it outputs my error message. Skipping blint. Skipping lint. Skilling lint? What? It was the blurst of times. Use gulp blint. Disabling the lint during build thing. Yeah, I used match. Also removing the lint during build, which I never liked. The editor is doing all the linting. I wonder if it will still lint on save though. If you really want to lint every single time you run from scratch, then there's a gulp blint task now. Takes 9 to 10 seconds to lint, and it is irritating. The interactive linting. Seems to work well enough in our editors. Though I wonder if this breaks tell workflow. All right, so minor irritation dealt with. How long have I been going on this now? Let me look, check the stream. 4 hours. I need to finish this before I take a break. So let's see if we can get the playback to work. Play last session. Crash. Are we crashing mightily? Get says patterns being passed along. Oh, now it's fucking up an extend because I'm in Node, not in the browser. What was my? Well, actually, that should have worked because I have an extension for that, which it looks like I probably didn't include in here. Where am I doing the extend? Is it in WebServe? I had some fancy ass way of doing this. Yeah, it's probably in. Where would I have done this? Any kind of extend in the server side. I don't remember. But that's what find in folder is for. String extend step unisys JS. That's the one I just added. I guess maybe I'm not. Oh no, I do that in the not here. It's in actually one of the shared files. What do they call it again? It's probably a net message. That would be the place where it goes. Yeah, that's a nightmare. Yeah, here's what I did. It's this. So that would be in, where was I again? There's smoshing and step unisys, which I just closed, I think. Step unisys. And where is that? Evil extend call. It's just that. And I just need to load this library. Alright, this might work. Not promising anything. Rerunning gulp. Copy, copy, copy. Saved myself 9 seconds of time. Oops, maybe I spoke too soon. Now this is hanging up. I'm waiting for available socket. What? Oh, I'm leaking server resources somewhere, I think. But I'm not sure where. Alright, so now it's playing back. But it's playing back to the wrong place? No, it's not playing back at all. No message handler register event display update. Well, that's a problem. I think broke all my code trying to refactor it. Boo. Maybe because I didn't reload this side. Okay, so now that's implementing something. So maybe it will work now? Alright, yes. So the right side is playing something back completely different. And then at the end, if I do a T playback stop, with luck it resumes. It resumes, okay, good. Let's get rid of this, the bug message, which I don't remember what it is. I think it's in step unisys. Console log got. Yep. So do get sessions appears to be working. Otherwise that would not have worked. Alright, so am I done with this yet? And now we need to go back. That was just playback start. So let's go to the Unisys recorder here. So that's updated. Record start and playback start. Do I have the right names? In our debug, we have T playback start. And it is getting past a session selector, but we are not using it. So T playback, the play last session, we have session selector, so that looks correct. Session selector is defined up here as a file name and directory, so that looks okay. Get session, this is getting a match pattern, that's floating pattern over here, the pattern is getting over on this side. Get sessions is pulling the pattern out of that. Maybe I am done documenting this. That looks fairly clean. It's handling just all the network stuff. It's routing the actual calls to the recorder and handling all the well, I guess this is new. I should put the message filters functions in recorder as well. But first let me check to see if the playback start is actually doing what I think it's supposed to be doing. So do playback get packets, it gets a selector. This should be called session selector. Although I think in the data format it's probably set as a playback start. Well, let's see, a session selector. Session selector. But let's take a look at rec playback start. Session selector. Okay, that's all up to date. It sends a selector across. Selector comes back to here. Data selector, selector. No session selector provided. And this probably is working because our code is actually exercising this. Playback start. So I think it's, well, playback stop doesn't require anything. All right, so let's commit this. That's a lot of work. Let's break out the gulp file though. I don't necessarily want to commit that now, but we have a bunch of new changes. Yep. What will I call this? I will call this dev ds recorder refactor unisys or step unisys to and unisys for step unisys recorder functions or let's think it's step unisys GS to implement to extract recorder functions to submodules. Step recorder unisys recorder submodules documented data structures in use and gave consistent names across all unisys calls on server and client. Blarg! That took forever. Close. So I'm getting, this is getting ready to commit, which is why I guess I'm making a big deal out of this. Let's see if anyone has issues with my linting. Good. Okay. Yeah, it's only in the build because Tao added it. And I thought it was a good idea until today. I guess it is good practice. In theory. I can be convinced otherwise. But I have already saved maybe 30 seconds of waiting. Okay, let's push this sucker up there. There's one last thing I want to do, which is to move what do I want to move? That what was it? It was require get sessions. No. What was the thing I was just saying? Back up my own video and see. Let's see. What was I going to change? live streaming sessions appears to be working. Otherwise that one out of work. Alright, so am I done with this yet? Oh. Now we need to go back. That was just played back here. So let's take a look. I can't find it. Never mind. Interesting in theory. I think it was something in here that I thought should recorder get sessions. Was it? Oh, it was this. It was the message filtering. Oh, actually, no. I guess that would work. So basically, what we need to do. Oops. It's message filtering. Interesting in theory. What was it called? It's up here. Let's hide all this crap. Go away, you crap. And it's the message recording thing, which I can never remember what the hell I called that. And then pretty much all instances of this. What's the next one? API dispatcher. And then down here. Who else? Who else implements this? There. So all of these. Is that it? Yeah, okay. So the rest of these, I guess, go. So that makes sense. Record start, record stop is message recording. So there's these 4 places. So step recorder must implement, I guess, a set filters command. Let's design the API down here. Exports. Set set filters is equal to API set filters export. What's going on now? And I just write this down here while I'm here. Function API set filters. Yeah. Probably. That was irritating me. API set filters, I guess it will accept. Where am I resetting them? I think I'm missing out. It's right here. There it is. And it accepts a messages. Or actually it should take the whole object. For now, we'll just have it use messages, because that's what we're doing. Recorder, set filters. Actually, we'll call it set message filters. Messages, or message list. Set message filters. No, my clean, lovely tab spacing is destroyed. Message list. And basically, all this happens. Message